Would you like to sit by? No.
All right. Call this meeting to order. Today is March 30th, 2023 for our 5 o'clock work session. Please stand for the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hope everybody's doing well today. Finally, a beautiful day out there. So first thing in our work session, it looks like we have a promotional pinning ceremony for the fire department. Chief, would you like to go ahead and talk to us?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good evening, court. This is a promotion that occurred back in January. We've just had some scheduling conflicts, but we want to recognize the achievement. So we're going to bring Justin Wright up and his family. He was promoted from the rank of firefighter to the rank of captain. He's done an excellent job for the department. He's been on with us about going on 11 years, and he's been very instrumental in a lot of our rope rescue classes and swiftwater classes. He's really initiated a lot of that training. And Justin, if you want to introduce your family.
My wife Molly, my mom Melissa, my dad Donnie, my mother-in-law Megan, and my Molly's baby Collins.
Good. Welcome and thank you for everything you do for the county. And you're gonna do a little pinning here. Who gets blown? Let's get the camera.
So I'm gonna.
Stand. Is that the best?
I prefer that they can come up here. Sorry.
I told her she's mad at me at all. This is time to kind of pin a little bit.
Congratulations. Yeah. Family picture. No, go on. No, you have to change your phone to somebody. Keep real with that. There you go. Good to see you. Good. Hold on. Not everybody's in there. There you go. All right.
I see you got a smile there, Andrew.
That's what we started.
So, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Chief Brewer. All right, next up is Mr. Ackers with the Conservation District.
My name is Todd Akers. I just recently took over as chairman for the conservation office, so you might not have all the information that you need, but I want to give these to you just to pass out. This is something new that we've started this year, and it's working with the urban county, and we've had quite a few people, really interested in it. So hopefully this will take off pretty good. I guess, has everyone got a copy of the budget. Okay. Is there any questions or anything?
Question on the budget this year. How do you all feel like everything's going?
We are right now in the process of trying to hire 2 people. There's some things we need to work out. One of them is benefits, and so we're working on that. We've got a few applications in, so hopefully we can get rolling on that. But that's kind of been a slow go trying to get people to actually apply. So
Are those full-time positions or part-time?
those are actually our full-time positions.
Okay.
So, but I understand that a lot of it's probably benefits.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what we're working on right now.
Yeah.
But
And have you all been to work that out? You said you have?
well, we're still looking into it. And probably what we'll end up having to do is just find a benefits package, and we'll just have to pay for it. I mean, that's kind of the road we're gonna go down right now. So, but
Any other questions or comments? Let's go with
Just want to thank you all. The work plan in your budget is detailed and wonderful, and I wish all of our organizations would be so thorough.
thank you.
Your proposal for your plan talks about the loss of over 4,000 acres of farmland in Pembroke County in the last few years. That's for the last 6 years, but an increase of 20 farms.
Yeah.
So that's promising, but I wonder if you had any comment on it.
Well, I think a lot of it is the bigger farms are being cut down into smaller farms and subdivisions. So that's kind of where that's going. And I think all those numbers was taken off the census that came out. So, but okay.
Any other questions from the court? We want to thank you for what you all do. We appreciate it. It's very important to our community. I appreciate you coming in tonight.
No problem. Thank you all. Actually, I gave you my card, so. Yeah, from April 1st to August 1st, we're doing AS here. We're doing the cost share, and some of the programs we've got out there is raised beds, rain barrels, composting bins, pollinator gardens for bees. So we're just, this is kind of coming out the first time we've tried this. So like I say, we've got a lot of people that's interested. So hopefully it'll be a good go. But we're just trying to do everything for, even the urban community. So doing a little conservation there too.
If there's a way to share this, to send this to us, and we can promote it also.
It's on their Facebook.
Yeah, I think it's on our Facebook. Yeah.
It's on.
But we don't put a website or anything like that.
And then we can share it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Did you contact it?
It's actually just go to conservation office, and get a form to fill out. Crystal's there every day, and she'll help anybody fill it out.
And that's a 50% cost share of $250 for any household applicant.
Yep. Yep.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
All right, next we have the Tampa City Development Corporation, Mr. Clay Hewlett, I believe, is coming to present.
Thank you. I'm Clay Hewlett, Secretary Treasurer of Kentucky Capital Development Corporation. And I'm here to present the proposed budget. I think that you've got the information from several past years, as well as a copy of the profit and loss statement from the most recent audit. We come asking for some funding that's over and above what has been in the past. I served previously on KCDC approximately 11 years ago, and that funding has dwindled over the years. And we think that this is a specific point in time, not only for Frankfort and Franklin County, but the United States in general, with the COVID pandemic, supply chain interruptions. we feel that there's going to have to be manufacturing reshored rather than offshored. And so because of our location and other different benefits that the community brings, we think that we are poised to take advantage of that. And so we would like to see some funding increased, not only to expand our not facilities, but our staffing. We're down to one person now, trying to hire another administrative assistant. And so those costs do not decrease any. And so with the opportunities that are going to be presented to us, we think in the future, we're going to need to fully staff so that we can take care of business. Another item that is new to the budget is a transfer. This fund is really from the operating account. KCDC has some other accounts, including land accounts and then CDBG funds that are monies received back from community block development grants. And so that money will be plowed back into additional loans available for businesses. But this is the operating budget, and we are using some of the funds you can see on the top, about $68,000 to supplement this budget. But one of the new items is a transfer to the land account. We have about $1 million, and we think that that is going to need to be leveraged in the future to perhaps buy some land, but more importantly, to explore optioning with current landowners, to work with them, to do some research, some studies on how best the land can be used for industrial and commercial properties. And so we're pursuing various different and kicking around some ideas on how best to partner with current landowners to make this land available. And as you know, the comprehensive plan is currently being discussed, and we think that this is the perfect opportunity to identify areas that can be identified for future land use for bringing jobs into our community. So I'll be glad to try to answer questions that you have either about KCDC or the numbers or anything else that might be on your mind.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the court?
Judge, would it be possible to have 3 members on the court? Would it be possible to get a representative come back at another court meeting and just give us an update, or even possibly some past success stories of the organization? Honestly, why not?
You think that'd be okay?
We'd be glad to.
Next agenda, it's something set up, but he is right, we got some new court members, so I think that would be good to do.
Absolutely. We'd love to tell our story.
Good. All right. Any other questions from the court? Thank you very much.
The public is asking a question. Okay. No.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Mr. The Jalen Jenkins is up next.
Good evening, everyone. Court, everybody here. They're just my backup, Judge. Actually, these two are instrumental on this. They've worked their tail off on it. I just get to present it. The previous 2 people talking about hiring employees, boy, I don't know about that lately. Good news is we are hiring people. So 2. They ain't showed up yet. I had 2 interviews. They accepted. We'll see. Hired 6 last week. 3 are still there. So this year's budget for going into the fiscal year 2024. It's pretty simple. There's some adds, there's some takeaways, but it's not too crazy. So I do have a slideshow that Captain Smith and some other people have put together for us that will walk us through it fairly quickly, and I'll try to make it as painless as possible. If you'll go ahead, Andrew, and talk about revenue first. This is the biggest part of the budget that is changing, and it is what it is, and there's not a lot we can do about it. It's the federal prisoner pay. We budgeted last year for housing 20 inmates of federal status for $50 a day. We never got close. We have none at this time. And with the staffing issues that we've had for the last few months, I've been calling and begging for When we get back staffed, we'll start making phone calls again. So we went from 250,000 down to 55,000 and we'll try to get to that target. If the line items don't change, I'm not going to really speak about them. If you have questions, we'll be glad to answer them. Yeah, he's got it up there. Medical allotment changed $700. It's just the medical part of it. DUI fees is going to go up $3,000. We are starting to get more arrests, more people in. I think we're finally getting through COVID. I don't want to jinx us, but things are starting to get back to somewhat normal. Administration fees are going to go up because more people are coming to jail. Inmate reimbursements, we're going to go down $1,000. The tablets are good news. We've switched tablet companies and phone companies, and they're about done with the switch over. It's been a little bit of a headache, but we should be done by first of next week. That revenue is going to go up $24,000 just because we're adding more stuff that we talked about earlier. We'll now have phones, tablets, and chirps and in-pod kiosk, so they can do more. Miscellaneous weekend fees are going to go down $7,000. We're just the courts just aren't doing a lot of weekends. Correct, Your Honor? Not as much. So we have to adjust to that. Medical, I think we can go to the next one. Andrew. One more. I talk fast. I'm sorry. Medical's going to go up. It's a 3% increase in our annual contract. Last year we did an increase and we increased time and a little bit of increase. This is an increase of 3% and a little bit of cushion. I think we're going to be okay this year with medical on the end of this 23-year budget. If we have to put some money in it, it won't be near as much as usual. Somewhere in this slide we'll talk about. Here it is. It's underneath that. It says since the start of the fiscal year, the jail has taken 44 inmates to the ER, 10 hospitalized, and this number continues to climb. I can tell you Saturday night I got a phone call. We had 3 at one time. That's hard to deal with. It's better to take them to the hospital. And it just is what it is. We don't have to discuss that too much farther, but it has increased. They are sicker when they come in, and we're going to do the best we can do. Food line item is going up $50,000. We have a transfer in this court where we're going to move $42,500. It's just the food trucks have doubled. When y'all go to the grocery store, eggs are $8 a dozen or whatever they are now, and it's no different for buying food jail food. So it's going to go up $50,000 for next year, and hopefully, we can give some of that money back if we don't use it. But I figure if we're putting $42,500 in it right now to get through this year, we need to up at $50,000. For the linens, we're going to increase $3,000, similar to the food line item. They've just gone up in price, and our numbers in the jail are going up. I think we're at 262 when I left this afternoon, and that can change. I think, as you know, like last night we got 19 in at one time. Uniform increased $2,000. Just they're going up. We wear the Blower uniform that he has on is a good uniform, and the cost to go up a little bit. Everything we're doing in the budget, it has to do with inflation. It's not about wants, it's about needs. The communications increase of $2,900. Our radios that we carry are expensive and we need more. And that needs to be increased some. Food service equipment. This one's kind of crazy. We need a skillet, and the skillet is huge, and we need 2 of them. They're $27,000, and that's the cheapest bid we got, and they're hand cranked. It's not electric, it's a hand crank, but it's huge.
Can you explain the size?
Yeah, we sent Andrew a picture. I don't know if he got it because I wanted you all to see it, because I mean, a $27,000 skillet to me is crazy, but that's the cheapest one we could find. But they're as big. They're probably 5 by 5.
These are commercial.
Yeah. And, we feed 250, 300 people a day, 3 times a day. They're constantly being used, and both of them we have need to be replaced, but I didn't want to do 2 at $60,000. We'll do 1 this year, and next year we'll need another. I think it's crazy, but cost to do it. The next one, if you'll go for me next, is the deputies line item. We have figured up a 3% increase in that line item. And we have two deputies that we know are gonna retire this year, and both of them, one of them has 28 years. He has a bunch of time. And he's taking off time now to lessen that load on us as much as he can, but I gotta have him. And another captain has been honorable enough to tell us that he's going this year in September. So we put $44,000 in that line item to prepare to pay them out in their vacation time. So that's in there too. Also, with that being said, 2 or 3 people retiring this year are tier 1 hazardous duty. That's going to save the county a ton of money. We'll be down to a couple. We have 5 right this minute with tier 1 hazardous duty match. That number will go down dramatically this year by the end of the year. So that will save us some money. The 3% increase is $140,000. Part of that. And the projected increase of salary is $184,373. That's with the payouts as well. Questions?
Thanks for presenting this. I'm concerned.
Before we get going, if you could, it sounds like we have any mics there, you know, push over the button for everybody, and the red light will come on and hurt.
I'm wondering, your total broad budget increase is over $500,000, estimated $544,583. I'm wondering if you see any areas that's, I mean, it's one of our largest budget items, any areas that are prone to even more significant growth, any expected, unexpected items that.
Sure, I do. And I failed to mention, our state housing of inmates is going to be really good this year, because at the time we did our budget last year, we were at 3134. Well, like the 1st of August, we got a $4 raise with that. So we're going to be over revenue to the state. And I expect that to be even better this year, especially if we can get some more staff to open up some more housing. So I think the state is going to continue to grow. The big question is, the biggest deal is the federal laws.
That was
it was a miss. It just was a miss at 20 people, at 20 inmates, and we just didn't get it. And I've been asked the question. The only thing I can come up with is they're not holding court across the street over here very often in Frankfurt. So they're housing them in counties near Lexington and Louisville and other areas. So I'm just not getting very many. I can beg for them all I want, but I can't control it. So I can control the state inmate just a little bit, not a lot. I mean, but I still can effectively get more state inmates at a higher rate than they were last year. So I'm hoping that works out.
So best not to count on any
Sure.
any additional income as we had in last year's budget. So that 200,000 is a significant part of that increase.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just quickly, he had 19 persons come in yesterday. Is that correct? Or all 19 from the Capitol from protesting their civil liberties yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
This is about revenue. There's 2 questions I have. Is it possible to separate the medical and the transport, which is line item, it's on the same line item, 03, 405, 445, 406?
That's from the federal line item.
So they
pay
you
us to transport, and they pay us for doctor visits and stuff like that.
transporting them to the hospital? Where is it? Or
Whatever the
but
transport
you
is
use
for
the
federal.
same line item for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the jail operating pay, is that the old jail allotment money? They don't do that anymore, I don't think.
I don't understand your question, Squire.
Okay, so what is the jail operating pay?
The jail operation pay?
That's what it says, 4533000.
Okay, that line item. I'm sorry. Mass. Sir. Third one down.
I believe that's the supplemental income that the county received reimbursement from the state. That's been the same for years. It's always been determined by Susan in the past. And she's given us that number, and that's what has, it's been the same mark every time.
All right, and the local correction, HB 463, tell me what that is.
The House Bill 463.
Yes,
That's the allotment that we got from that House bill, and I'm trying to remember what that House bill was. I apologize, I don't remember what it is.
Squire, we can give you, an email, detailed for each of these lines if you like. We just didn't bring it with us, I'm sorry.
that's all right. I just had those two questions. That's the revenue, and I'd like to, you know,
Right, I
understand that. One of them, they used to be call it the jail allotment.
And it may
Everybody,
be.
and it probably is, cause it's the same, cause it's always.
It hasn't
been.
changed since I've been here.
Okay.
I would just ask if y'all send it in.
Sure, no problem.
Obviously. If they're happy. Bart Blackburn.
Thank you, Ron. I'm just curious, after our energy performance contract we did, are you realizing any savings in utilities?
No. I think we will. Amy pays the electric bill and the lighting bills for the jail. I don't really see them. I think we will when everything kicks in. I know we had some water issues with leaks and stuff. I think the lighting and the electric and the roof and all that is working great. I think the generator and the storms has worked great. But I don't know how much of an increase in the bills we had. I don't pay that side of it. So as of right now, I know the bills, you know, I go by our VIP system and it's over. But I think in the long run, it'll work out. But I know there's some bills that came across my desk in the last month that ESD's paid because it just wasn't
They
right.
bring you a check?
There were some lighting issues in the back that I had to have fixed, and the bill came across my desk, and I thought I should send it to ESG, and they paid it.
Last conference we were at, we were talking with him and he was leaving there to go take another county a check. So I was just making sure he.
So far, they have stood behind things that weren't right, and they've stood behind it so far that I've been involved.
Thank you.
Squire Blackburn, let you just we have talked to Kim about that. She's kind of pulling from pilots and things. She's talked to ESG. They talked to her. We're in the process, I think, of having them come back and give us an update as far as where we are with the whole project and the promises and everything. Awesome. Part of that, good question. Any other questions for the jailer? Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. And ladies. That's not my pen. I'm not stealing somebody's pen.
Now, on to the judge's report. Things have been busy, you can imagine. Most of us attended the spring conference in Louisville where we got to talk about all kinds of things that are going on with the state and interesting things that are heading in front of us. We're continuing discussions with the department heads and county agencies about budget, you know, in the middle of budget right now. So I'm appreciative of all the department heads coming in one by one. We have a new treasurer and a lot of us are new. So we're kind of going line item by line item. So I really appreciate the everybody on the committees working on that. We went toward Clark County compost site with with Brittany and Jack here, and it was really interesting. They actually had that piece of equipment that she put in for, you know, that Trumbull tumbler. So it was interesting to see how they do it. They actually do a whole lot more animals than we do. They do, I think, 2,000 a year. So
Which county?
Clark. Yeah, so it was interesting. Very good rapport with them. Let me think. We'll run through these. I married some people. We had the pancake breakfast, which was phenomenal, and most of the court was in attendance. So I appreciate the court for being there and showed the support for the community. I could talk about this one probably for an hour. The Easter egg hunt we had at Lakeview Park last weekend. Amazing, perfect weather. You know, over 1,500 people, all kinds of people involved in it. You know, we had the sensory area, which was just phenomenal. We had, I'm not going to remember everybody. Sheriff's Department was there, fire department was there. The horses were there. We had the library, Kiwanis, KSU Kiwanis, Squire Sebastian jumped in at any time.
Health department, the Dolly Parton's Imagination
Yep.
Library, Key Club, dance team.
That's our dance team with face
And
painting.
we had Yes Arts that helped us with the Century area. We also had some educators that are in the Franklin County Public School System to help there. The health department actually sent some things down for the Century area as well, besides the area that they ran, so.
Yeah.
It was absolutely a fantastic collaboration across the community.
Yeah. And we had some great sponsors, you know, so it's couldn't be happier with everything. So I appreciate everybody coming out. Traditional, right? Yeah. What else? Oh, I actually got with Squire Blackburn and myself, went and met Judge James Kay and their magistrate. What was his name again?
Second district.
John. He's new, but anyways, about opening, we call it Glens Creek Road, Kraken Pike. When I met with the State Department, Road Transportation, excuse me, on that, they're hoping by the end of summer that road will be back open. So that's going to help things, you know, obviously on Duncan Road, and it's going to make things better for people traveling from Millville and back to Frankfurt, things like that. So that's a huge announcement there. I went to a budget meeting the other night at the extension office, which was phenomenal. I'm just kidding, being a little sarcastic. Didn't know it was a budget meeting, so 8:30 at night rolled around. That was a long day. Yesterday, the mayor and I went to the regional leadership meeting in Lexington. Terry KCDC was there also. That was interesting. Then what they're doing, you know, they're trying to pull the 9 counties together, kind of form a regional marketing thing as far as what can one county do that the other county could do, and businesses to attract just to help the region in a whole. So they're going to be coming and doing a presentation as soon as we can get them on the schedule. Rotary yesterday. Thanks to Tish. I believe Tish is here. She invited us. So hopefully I did okay. Yeah. And that's it. You know, the other thing that we're working on, which is really exciting, is trying to get the lock in Anderson County open. You know, I know the city and we've all been talking about Riverfront and downtown Frankfurt, but it's, you know, Squire Tracy kind of brought this up a while back. You know, he said we're kind of in a pond right now because that lock's closed. So I think there's 7 judges right now that have filed a petition all up from Gallatin County all the way down along the river. So we sent that to Mitch McConnell's office, Comer's office, Andy Barr's office. So about a $5 million project, but they're all confident because it affects so many different counties that they're going to get that lock open. So that's pretty exciting here. So that's where we are. Thank you. I'm going to ask our road department, John Mitchell, to come on up and give us kind of a report what they've been up to.
Well, we got some pretty weather this week. So last week we pretty much finished up the majority of the storm damage. And we did big tree grinder. He showed up a month early, but he came at a perfect time. So everything has been chewed up and we've got a huge pile of mulch at the moment. So we're getting better on that. Said we did have a good week this week. Blacktop plant opened up. We've been doing some patching every day, and they say they're going to stay open. So we're shifting gears now. Hopefully, out of the snow season, we'll pull some snow equipment off, and it's time to start mowing. So we're getting ready.
Very much. What questions do we have? Go ahead, Squire Blackburn.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you, John. I was working this week on an outdoor classroom, and you guys sent some folks over and shredded up some trees in that area, which was a big help to that effort. You know, so I had a call yesterday, and I emailed John. He immediately emailed me back. He was already working on it before. I think the homeowner knew it. So your responsiveness and what you guys do it's really appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Another question we have. John, I'm just curious, how long did it take that stuff grinder to eat all that stuff up?
Day and a half.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's an amazing piece of equipment. Yeah.
Good deal.
Yep.
John, thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate it. All right, we're gonna keep moving. Anybody have any questions on the minutes from our last March 14th meeting? Sebastian.
I do, Judge. It notes in there that there was a presentation of Simon House in the work session. That did not happen, so that really should be removed from the minutes.
Thank you. It's a good catch. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, moving on. So we're going to be receiving the jail budget. I think we've already talked about that. Number 4 is we're going to be receiving the conservation district budget. If anybody has any questions as we're going, if anything came up, feel free to speak up. We're gonna be received in the Capital Development Corporation budget. Okay, now I'm gonna ask our treasurer, Amy, to come up and talk about the budget fiscal forecast.
Hello, everyone. So, this is our second reading of the budget amendment number 1. Our first reading was at the March 1st court. It's been sent to DLG. It's been approved, so it's back to us for the second reading.
Any questions? Treasurer on that, I'm assuming there's no chance to be able to get.
No.
No questions? Keep moving. To the next one, budget transfers.
So the budget transfers were requested from the park and the jail, and it's just moving money from one of their line items to the one that's needed.
Questions on the budget transfers? There you go, easy tonight.
I know.
Then I believe inside number 8 is going to table into the next meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we have treasurer's report. Anybody have any questions on the? Thank you. Any bills, any questions? Yeah, on the bills.
Judge, I have one.
That's right, right. Somebody, I'm like, fairly somebody's question for some.
I have one in regard to the contracted services, the first page. It's 015005398 for legal publishing. So it's to update the administrative code. So is that going to new ordinances that have passed the court? Is that what's going to be brought in? Because there's been some discussion of the court about reviewing what the ordinances and other things that resolutions that we've had passed, and then how that was codified, and that perhaps there's some review that needs to take place. So I'm trying to see if it's one or both or the other.
As far as what that is for.
Yes, while we're paying this bill.
This, I typically ask American Legal on this, it is all the ordinance that has passed in the past year, it's a yearly update that they know us.
They're all supposed to go on. The codification process, there was some changes that, I don't think we're all aware of it. So, but we found out in last one meeting. So, anytime we do something like that and we update them, we want to make sure that any changes are put before us, so we can see them. My understanding, of course, the ordinance that adopted those ordinances that they were going out, they were appropriating and segregating the code of like.
The issue was that we did not, when it was codified, none of us saw actually everything that was codified in it.
Yeah.
So I think that's where and I will call it consternation of the court comes up with that, because we discussed a couple of matters here. And as we had those documents in front of us, they were not what we reviewed in the past. So some terminology has changed. So that's why we're a little concerned. I'll speak for me. So I do have one other question, and I see our road supervisor here, and he might be able to assist us with this one. It's under the road fund budget, and it's account 02 for 6105431. There was a tree removal out on Country Lane, $3,200. So is that
So
something?
that was 4 trees.
Okay, it just says one, I mean, it doesn't give us a lot of detail, you know, you see our.
It's 4 trees and we do use him for some dangerous trees. Our bucket truck, when we go 40 feet, if we go 55, I'll put my guys in danger, I'll contract them out.
Sure. Okay, it just, you know, you see it, it doesn't give us a lot of details, so
Right.
it's just helpful for us, since we talked about the grinding and some of the other things, thank you.
There's a lot of trees in those right of ways over there, the county has.
Thank you.
If we can, let's try to remember to turn the mics off and on, because that's probably gonna help you.
Just one point of clarification, I mentioned this earlier to Jack, the general fund court bills has $1,000 for project graduation paid to Franklin County High School. I think we're limited from paying anything directly to the school, so I just wanted to verify that that was paid to the entity that hosts project graduation and not directly to the school.
We answered that right.
Page 4.
So the invoice, basically to the high school regarding the project graduation, that's how the invoice had it.
Spirit was paid to the school wouldn't accept it, Red Book rules are crazy. So
We just clarify that that's the case. Thank you.
every year, Franklin County and Western Hills go together and project grad.
Yeah.
This year's gonna be out of the Western Hills, I believe. I'm not sure.
Happy to support it. I just wanted to make sure that the clarification that it does say Franklin County High School in our bills.
All right. Thank you very much. See if there are more questions on the bill, we're gonna move on. Charlie Lewis.
Good evening, court. Thank you, Judge. This is just a rehire for a part-time seasonal golf employee. He was on the original request, but we decided to go with updated application, so we took him off. He wasn't able to bring his application over in time for that particular court meeting when we hired the other one. So he has updated his information and he's ready to go and he's been having some illness, but he's doing a lot better and ready to get out.
I believe we talked about him when we talked about the other employees, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's all. It's just it's a rehire just like the others.
Any questions, Lewis? Next question, back to Charlie.
Yes.
What is his name?
Cat.
No. Last.
You know where he's going with this.
I don't know how to pronounce that.
I don't either, that's why I was asking.
I'm just gonna ask him during recess, because I'm gonna have to read it here when we vote on it. We don't know.
Samira, I'll get with you.
There's the purpose.
I want to be respectful. It's-
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But I don't want to botch it. So.
I'll find out.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie. All righty, this next one is authorization to approve resolution, Franklin County enter a 3-year contract with Reflex Systems for website applications focused on solid waste management information for resident use only. Do not believe Brittany was able to be here tonight. I know it's basically a grant, doesn't cost us anything. So anybody has any questions, we can see if Deputy Kennedy can answer that. It's actually a renewal. It's a renewal. Okay. Offer of existing grant.
Isn't it for just the Frank One staff?
I had a question about this, that I think we've figured out. There's a contract and then there's a bill here, for a 1 month that I understand was an extension, that has a expiration date of 2/8/23. But it's our understanding that this was just for a 1 month extension and the contract is still valid. And the value that's presented in this 1 month bill is effectively, 1/12 of the total budget that's in the contract. So we were concerned a little bit about that expiration date on there, but we'll authorize, I suppose, when we vote, as long as they are willing and amenable to continue the contract at this rate we
talk then.
will allow.
Any other questions? Any other questions? We're gonna keep moving. Alrighty. The next one. Findings of facts, authorization to establish findings of facts. The KRS 100.213 related to request by Tierney Storage LLC for approval of zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for an 85.388 acre portion identified as portion of tract number 1, 4.058 acres plus or minus. The portion of PBA map number 87-00-00-031.001. It's portion of tract number 2, 1.331 acres plus or minus. A portion of PBA map number 087-00-00-031-01 located at 690 Duncan Road from Agricultural District AG to Industrial General District IG. Whew, that's a lot of reading. I'm going to ask our county attorney to speak now for a second. Could you turn your mic on, please? I don't want to get in trouble.
Been requested that I read the KRS 100.213 regarding the findings necessary for proposed map amendment reconsideration, subsection 1, before any map amendment is granted. The planning commission or legislative body or fiscal court must find that the map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan, or in the absence of such a finding, that one or more of the following apply, and such findings shall be recorded in the minutes and records of the planning commission or the legislative body or fiscal court. 1A, the existing zoning classification given to the property is inappropriate and that the proposed zoning classification is appropriate. 1B, that there have been major changes of an economic, physical, or social nature within the area involved, which were not anticipated in the adopted comprehensive plan and which have substantially altered the basic character of such area. Subsection 2 of that statute, the planning commission, legislative body, or fiscal court may adopt provisions which prohibit for a period of 2 years the reconsideration of a denied map amendment or the consideration of a map amendment identical to a denied map amendment.
Thank you, Mr. County Attorney. All righty. Everybody's ready. We're going to get moving. So the way we're going to do it is we're going to start with Squire Sebastian, District 1. We're going to start entering findings of facts. Tim is going to take those down.
Judge, can we just open? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Kim is going to take those down. Basically, we'll go through them all and we're done. Then we'll take a recess because she will have to prepare all those. And then when we come back from recess, we will start on voting. We'll go into voting session. Then we'll start at the top and come all the way down through it. Does anybody have any questions? Squire, did you want to do it a different way?
No, sir. I was going to ask a question about do we have received a volume of documents and testimony. Do the findings of fact that the staff offered, they stand as findings of fact, or does the court have to offer those to enter them into additional findings, or I don't know what to call them. I don't know whether to call them additional findings of fact. Do they stand on their own as findings of fact?
No, I believe it's up to the
okay,
court.
so then
yes.
We'll need a moment if you want to open it.
Okay.
Because I presume the wrong thing.
Okay, that's fine. Squire Blackman, you want to go ahead while she's working on that?
I got a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's what I figured. Yeah, it really doesn't matter where we start. So,
Yeah, there's a lot of material on this. It basically comes down to the comprehensive plan. I'd like to have a minute too, if I could. I know, I'm just sorry.
all right.
You want to reverse?
The other wants to go. Yeah, start somewhere.
Judge will enter into finding facts that, first, subject property. That the subject property is listed on the National Register of Historic Places as a contributing farm and is a federally administered designation. And that's all for the first one.
Do like 5 or 6 words for me, please.
For our reporters. Say.
What's that now?
Repeat that.
Repeat that slower.
Limits. Okay. Okay. The subject property is listed on the National Register of Historic Places.
Go ahead.
As a contributing farm, comma, a federally administered designation.
After the farm, here you do that.
A federally administered designation. You want me to roll through them? All right. Second, finding of fact. The subject property and application lie outside of the 3,500 foot radius designated for potential regional retail.
Outside of the 3,500.
Foot radius designated for potential regional retail.
I'm gonna go back to fact one and make sure I have it correctly. The first one, the subject property is listed on the National Registry as a contributing farm, comma, a federal, I'm gonna spell that word. What was after federal? I'm
I'll
sorry.
repeat it. The subject property is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. As a contributing farm. A federally administered designation.
Federally. One more time. I apologize.
It's fine. The subject property is listed on the National Register of Historic Places.
If you'll stop right there. So it's registered, not registry of historic places. Historic places. Historic places, then you want to comma after that?
As a contributing farm.
As, you need an as right there. As a contributing farm.
A federally administered designation.
Federally administered, ADMIN.
What was it?
Administered, ADMINISTERED.
Oh.
Designation. It's TERED.
Yeah.
IG. NADL. Okay.
And as for the second one, I have the subject property and application outside of the 35-foot designated.
Is it lies out of?
Lie outside of the 3,500 foot
Yeah.
radius.
LIES. LIES. Yeah, it's a bit, just LIES. You got a name.
outside of it.
3,500 foot radius. 3,500 foot radius, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Designated
Designated for potential regional retail.
for potential regional retail. POTEL. PIAL. Retail. Regional retail. Yeah, that's a regional retail.
Okay.
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 Third. Development changes in the area
You'll hold right there. Development changes in the area. Go ahead.
would exacerbate known
What exacerbate? EXACERABE.
exacerbate known existing stormwater issues
No existing stormwater issues
along Slickaway Branch.
along Slickaway Branch. Branch key on this. Good. We'll clean that up.
Go ahead.
Okay. Number 4. The application does not meet the requirement
Does not, but that's okay. Meet the requirement. REQU. It's REQU.
Okay.
It's a requirement. And I meet the requirement. REQU. E.
Oh.
The application does not meet the requirement set forth by the comprehensive plan
Set forth by the comprehensive plan. And by FEMA. That was it.
to provide a level of public good
About a level. Level of public good.
that complements the rural setting
Okay.
of the subject property and its rural neighbors.
You order a pizza for us over there?
Well, sure how you do. I was brought up on pencil and paper. I'm never gonna get comfortable.
Good. Number 5. That one and its rural neighbors get ended, period. Number 5, the application does not identify aspects of the landscape that are culturally, ecologically, or historically significant. Ecologically or historically significant. What to do here? Number 6. The application does not identify urban growth boundaries that are compatible with the goal of preserving community character. but would expand the urban development footprint. Number 7. The application does not encourage the preservation of existing farms
No.
and rural lands outside of existing urban areas. Yep. Number 8. The application expands the current boundary of development in the area. And does not protect scenic view sheds along Duncan Road. Number 9. The current property zoning Sorry, I'm editing to take words out for you. Is appropriate as the farm, as the existing farm. Is bounded by other agricultural rural and rural residential properties. And within a 1 mile boundary of the interstate exchange. Some 22 parcels parcels of property support an agricultural zoning. In Franklin County. Judge, I'm going to if we want to go to someone else, I'm going to take a moment and pare mine down. I'm always long-winded, so I can make it a little easier. If you want to move on.
Thank you, Judge. I'll try to be brief with mine. First I'll offer is the comprehensive plan, future land use map designates the property for an employment center.
Future.
Land use plan. I'm going to call it land use plan map. Designates the property for employment center. I'm going to try to do things that don't duplicate what was already said, so. But I do have one that's a bit different, so I'll offer it and we'll vote it up or down. I'm going to the second. Yes. Development should not exacerbate existing stormwater issues noted by the county engineer at Slipaway Branch. All right, ready for the next? Okay. The industrial general, I'm gonna put in parentheses IG, we can call it that, IG. Whatever's simplest. Zone district. Is appropriate. For the employment center. Land use. Designation. You ready for the next one? The subject property. Is bound by industrial zoning. To the east. West. And north. Within Franklin County. You ready for the next one? The subject property. Is adjacent. / contiguous. To an established industrial park in Franklin County. Let's try this. The zone map amendment. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Application. To change to industrial general IG. To change to industrial general IG. Is in agreement. With the comprehensive plan. Future land use map. Okay, I'll try to get that one. And then the last one would be that the existing zoning classification
The new thing, zoning classification.
yes, given to the property is inappropriate.
Okay.
And the proposed zoning classification is appropriate. We've got every side of the coin now.
The current zoning classification is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan. Yes. With the adopted comprehensive plan. The current zoning classification is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan. That's it.
If you don't need it, it's already been said, don't need it.
Thank you. This has been said, but it's tagged for something else, so I want to do this for this is the new finding of facts. The subject property is within 1 mile of Interstate 64 interchange. How many we have up to this point? 18. Any others? We're working on those. Yeah, please turn my phone. I used to leave my phone. The comprehensive plan denotes the protection of natural, denotes the protection of the natural environment. Including air, water, and land.
Okay.
The application would further disturb
the sensitive area of Slickaway Branch. The next one. The general development guidelines for industrial uses in the comprehensive plan state that new industrial development should be placed in areas where there is minimal impact on residential uses and the natural environment. The application will have an impact on adjoining residential properties and alters the subject property from a residential farm to industrial. Okay, 1 second. Next one. There has been no change in the subject property
Have been no change.
There has been no change in the subject property at current that would inhibit the use of the current agricultural zoning Designation, comma. Nor render the soils infertile for farming purposes.
Infertile.
Mhm. For farming purposes. Next one. The zoning change recommendation failed to consider the subject properties historic and cultural designations.
Cultural designations.
Comma, with the planning director stating in testimony that goal was not considered because quote, Franklin County does not track historic properties. Franklin County does not regulate historic properties. End quote. And that further quote, it has not been the will of the fiscal court. end quote, which are in contrast with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. New one. This one's a little longer. The employment center designation per definition designates per definition designates office employment and light industrial uses. To be developed that provide a diverse economic base. While blending in with neighboring a diverse economic base. While blending in with neighboring residential and commercial areas. Employment centers are areas that encompass primarily office, Primarily, that encompass primarily office. Warehousing and light manufacturing areas.
Primarily office, warehousing.
Encompass primarily office, warehousing, and light manufacturing areas. And a campus style development.
Campus style area.
Development. Industrial general zoning designation. Same one.
Industrial general designation of it.
Industrial general zoning designation, or the industrial general zoning designation. Is not an appropriate designation for employment center zoning. As it allows for land uses such as heavy manufacturing, wholesaling, and large scale warehousing. That are not compatible with employment centers. And do not meet the intent of the comprehensive plan. Give me 1 second to edit this last one down for you. Goal 5 of the comprehensive plan. New one, yes, sir. Promotes protection of scenic view sheds. And heritage tourism. The Franklin County Tourism Commission. Promotes Duncan Road. As a scenic access road. To local, cultural, and economic drivers. I think I'll leave that one there. I think that's it.
Okay, any other findings and facts?
Can we have our county attorney? I guess before we recess, and then maybe I can come back to restate the KRS, just so that we're all clear, because we're gonna recess, we're gonna get some, just to make sure that everybody's clear.
Yeah.
on-
Do it now.
Just to make sure we all know what we're.
I just had one more to offer that,
Go ahead.
that there's adequate sewer and water to support Joan Chain.
I'm sorry, Barry, go ahead. I didn't see it. Go ahead.
I offer that there's findings that there is adequate water and sewer services to support IG or industrial general, whichever word.
There's adequate water and sewer.
To support zone change to IG or industrial general, however you're putting them down. Clarification.
Square, I apologize, I didn't see Square there, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I believe Squire Sebastian may have entered into the record about the traffic study. I may have missed that while I was editing something. Did anyone state that? Okay. Shall we put that as well then?
So this is another finding of fact, correct?
One of the staff's findings.
Yeah, okay. Make sure we're on the same page. Kim, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, we're listening.
The updated traffic impact study. Dated February 23rd, 2023.
What was the date?
February 23rd, 2023. Includes that future traffic conditions will remain within acceptable limits And no road improvements are needed.
Any other findings and facts? I'll go and read that.
I think I got lights, camera, action here. Once again, KRS 100.213.
Thank you.
KRS 100.213, findings necessary for proposed map amendment reconsideration. Subsection 1. Before any map amendment is granted, the planning commission or the legislative body or fiscal court must find that the map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan, or in the absence of such a finding, that one or more of the following apply, and such findings shall be recorded in the minutes and records of the planning commission or the legislative body or fiscal court. 1A, that the existing zone classification given to the property is inappropriate and that the proposed zoning classification is appropriate. 1B, that there have been major changes of an economic, physical, or social nature within the area involved, which were not anticipated in the adopted comprehensive plan and which have substantially altered the basic character of such area. 2, the planning commission, legislative body, or fiscal court may adopt provisions which prohibit for a period of 2 years the reconsideration of a denied map amendment or the consideration of a map amendment identical to a denied map amendment.
And attorney. So this is what I would like to do. We'll take a 20-minute recess. We'll go 15 and give Kim time to prepare the documents. And then if you all can come back in, then we'll have time to look over them. We'll go into voting session. Everybody okay with that? Swear.
Judge, if any of the findings of facts are not, what was, if there's a blemish or if there's something that's not worded correctly, do you want us to correct while we're going over it?
Yes. Okay. Then before we go into the voting session, we'll make any of those corrections. Is that okay?
And so will we be given an opportunity to have time, once they have been typed up and distributed, to review those rather than, I mean, just so, will we have a little bit of time?
Well, that's what I was thinking. I was saying 20, and it should take Kim, hopefully, Mitzi's gonna help her also, about 10, and then we can come back in here in 10 minutes sufficient to look over them.
That's how many of you have? So.
26.
So it was some of the words. Take just a little bit. I would want to back down, but I want to have the opportunity to read them.
If it takes everybody a little longer, we're not gonna be back in session yet when we're reviewing them, so we could hold it if need be, but for right now, let's take a 20-minute recess and we'll come back.
Aren't you glad I said that?
back in from recess. So we have, just so everybody knows, we have 26 findings of facts before we start voting on them. We need a motion to come back in. Have a motion to come back in from recess.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion passes. Okay, 26 findings of facts. Before we start, I would like the clerk to call roll, just to make sure we're doing everything the right way.
Square Sebastian,
Here.
Square Blackburn,
Present.
Square Dykus,
Here.
Square Tracy,
Here.
Square Tanner,
Here.
Square Wiseman,
Present.
Judge Mueller,
Present. Okay, so we're gonna start at 1 and go from there. So finding the fact number 1. The subject property is listed on the National Registry of Historic Places as a contributing farm, a federally administered designation. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
You wanna just, Max, we're gonna do a roll call of these? All right, clerk, go ahead and call roll. Discussion, I'm sorry. Any discussions on this?
I do have one question.
Okay, Squire Tracy.
Contributing farm, do we have any idea when what date this was put on there as a contributing farm?
Max, can you answer that?
I don't know.
No, we're not taking any more testimony.
Okay.
It's just discussion.
Max. It was in our packet. That answer is in our packet of information.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, clerk, call roll, please.
Square Sebastian,
So there have been statements made that hay was the only agricultural product at the subject property. And I don't really know what the criteria is needed for a contributing farm. I don't know what a farm is when I lived on a farm.
What makes it contributing?
So I'm not being clear on what a contributing farm is, and the only statements that I've heard are hay on there. I'm gonna vote no.
Square
I don't know
Blackburn,
what it is.
Yes.
Square Dykus,
Yes.
Square Tracy,
I'm gonna go with contributing farm as well, so I'm gonna say no.
you said yes or no?
No.
No. Square Tanner,
No.
Square Wiseman,
Yes.
Judge Mueller,
Yes.
motion passes.
Finding fact number 2. The subject property and application lie outside of the 3,500 foot radius designated for potential regional retail.
Move to approve.
Do I have a second? Seeing no second, motion fails. Fact number 3, the development changes in the area would exacerbate known existing stormwater issues along Slickaway Branch.
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Square Sebastian,
So this is really broad, the way it's written. It talks about development changes in the area. And, the development changes in the area have been many. There've been restaurants, there've been apartments, there's convenience stores that are put up. And this application doesn't look at those. So with that, because of how broad this is framed for us, I'm gonna vote no.
Square Blackburn,
Yes.
Square Dykus,
So I think this is one of them that's in there twice.
No, they're different.
They're very similar.
They're different. I promise you.
Well, I'm looking at them, so I'm gonna say no to this one.
Square Tracy,
No.
Square Tanner,
No.
Square Wiseman,
Yes.
Judge Mueller,
No.
passes fail.
Number 4, the application does not meet the requirements set forth by the comprehensive plan to provide the level of public good that complements the rural setting of the subject property and rural neighbors.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Square Sebastian,
Hang on. I've tried to make notes on things and. Public. I'm getting hung up on provide the level of public good. Because I don't know how broad that is, and I don't recall seeing things spelled out in the comprehensive plan that state exactly what the public good is. So on that, I'm gonna vote no. I don't feel good about that, but I'm voting no on it.
Square Blackburn,
Yes.
Square Dykes,
I also have a problem with public good. I don't think there's a definition for that, so I'm gonna vote no.
Square Tracy,
No.
Square Tanner,
No.
Square Weston,
Yes.
Judge Mueller,
No.
Bell.
5, the application does not identify aspects of the landscape that are cultural, ecologically, and historically sufficient. Significant, I'm sorry.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion on this finding? Clerk, please call roll.
Square Sebastian,
I don't know that it has to find that. I don't know that the application has to identify that. So because of that, I'm gonna vote no.
Square Blackburn,
Yes.
Square Dykes,
Yes.
Square Tracy,
No.
Square Tanner,
No.
Square Westman,
Yes.
Judge Mueller,
No.
motion passes.
Fails.
Here it is.
I'm reading.
3 to 4. Failed.
Sorry, it fails.
D6, the application does not identify urban growth boundaries that are compatible with the goal of preserving community character, but will expand the urban development footprint.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call roll.
Square Sebastian,
So this says the application does not identify urban growth boundaries that are compatible with the goal of preserving community character, but would expand the urban development footprint. Again, I don't know that it has to identify urban growth boundaries. And the urban development footprint exists because there's an existing industrial park there. So for those two things, the way this is written, I'm gonna have to vote no on that.
Square Blackburn,
Yes.
Square Dykes,
No.
Square Tracy,
No.
Square Tanner,
No.
Square Westman,
Yes.
Judge Mueller,
No.
motion fails.
7, the application does not encourage the preservation of existing farms and rural lands outside of existing urban areas.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Square Sebastian,
I feel like I'm sounding like a broken record, but I don't know, the way this is phrased, the application does not encourage the preservation. So if you take that in the other way, that's basically supposed to mean that the application has to encourage it. I don't know that there's anywhere in the comprehensive plan that says it has to or it doesn't have to. So because of that, I'm gonna vote no.
Square Blackburn,
I understand where you're coming from, Squire Sebastian. It doesn't have to prove or disprove anything. But is it in alignment with the comprehensive plan?
But it's
And I-
not asking that. If you're saying Squire Sebastian, you're asking me.
No, like,
That's not what it says.
let me finish here. Staff, when they give their report, they give recommendations for or against, based on the comprehensive plan. So this is one of the policies within the plan that it either supports or does not. And it does not, so I vote yes.
Square Dykes,
No.
Square Tracy.
No.
Square Tanner,
No.
Square Westman.
Yes.
Judge Mueller,
Yes.
motion fails.
Fact number 8, the application expands the current boundary of development in the area and does not protect scenic view sheds along Duncan Road.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Expand the current boundary of development. The application expands the current boundary of development. Just based on the application expands the current boundary of development. And when the and is in there, it's gotta meet both. So based on that, because it's contiguous and adjacent to an industrial park, which you can see from the road, I'm gonna vote no.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Dykus.
No.
Squire Tracy.
No.
Squire Tanner.
No.
Squire Wisman.
Yes.
Judge Mueller.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Finding fact number 9. The current property zoning is appropriate as the existing farm is bounded by other agricultural, rural, and rural residential properties and within 1 mile boundary of the interstate exchange. Some of 22 parcels of property support the agricultural zoning in Franklin County.
Move to approve.
Second. I do want to, the wording on that is a little funny for me.
That's terrible.
Boundary of the interstate exchange some. Is there a comma? Is there a word missed out? Is there a word left out?
Didn't we all approve these before they came in here?
I thought we did.
Okay.
Take it for where it's at.
All right.
Supposed to be a comma after exchange.
Squire Blackburn, is you gonna vote?
I second it, so I guess we're gonna vote on it. Oh, did she already? I mean, yes.
Did we?
No,
No.
I haven't said anything.
I
No,
apologize.
you hadn't
I
asked.
apologize.
I think there was a question about how it was worded.
Oh, okay.
But-
Sorry.
But I guess let me clarify, let me ask that. Were we all asked to read these and make sure they were prepared and handed out as they are supposed to be read? I'm want to be sure of that,
Right.
right? They were or
I
weren't?
understand, that's why everybody had time to review
Okay,
them.
I just want to be sure, because I want to make
I
sure
agree.
what you're asking is,
Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
the current property zoning is appropriate as the existing farm is bounded by other agricultural, rural, residential properties. So are we supposed to note all of, we're only supposed to, the way this is worded, we're only supposed to take in a portion of what is bounding the property, right? And forget about the other? If that's the way it's worded, where it doesn't take all of it in, or it expressly doesn't give any directional markers, because it doesn't give directional markers for me to think of all of it, I'm gonna vote no.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Dykus.
I've got to vote no.
Squire Tracy.
No.
Squire Tanner.
No.
Squire Wisman.
Yes.
Judge Mueller.
No.
Motion fails.
Finding fact number 10. The comprehensive plan, future land use plan map designated the property for employment center.
I'll make the motion. I'll second.
Any discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
We had several drawings of the future land use map, and the shading was there that this area is an employment center. So because of the maps that were on display and the maps in our packet, I'll vote yes.
Squire Blackburn.
It does, and it's a fact. But the plan use, the future plan use map is a part of the 7 goals and 32 policies. So I'll vote yes.
Squire Dykus.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Tanner.
Yes.
Squire Wisman.
It is a element of the comprehensive plan, but it is one of, as Squire Blackburn has mentioned, is part of the consideration of many aspects, not singularly to be defined on its own, but I will vote yes.
Judge Mueller,
Yes.
motion passes.
Finding of fact number 11, development should not exacerbate existing stormwater issues noted by the county engineer at Slickaway Branch.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian,
I am a hard yes on this.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Dykus.
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Tanner,
Yes.
Squire Wisman,
Yes.
Judge Mueller.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Finding of fact number 12. The industrial general IG zone district is appropriate for the employment center land use designation.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian,
I'm gonna vote yes for this because this is what we've heard from our planning director and it's in our packet from our planning director.
Squire Blackburn,
Well, IG is industrial general, and it says it's appropriate for employment center. I think it goes contrary to the intent of the comprehensive plan. Employment center, you think of employment, people are gonna be employed there. A warehouse is not, in my opinion, an employment center. And it's light industrial use to be developed, provide a diverse economic base, it does all that. But I don't believe it's an appropriate designation for an employment center because it allows uses also as heavy industrial, wholesaling, large-scale warehousing, that are not compatible with employment centers. And I don't think that meets the intent of the comprehensive plan, so I'm a no.
Squire Dykus,
This is the hardest one for me.
Take your time, Squire. Need some more time.
I'm gonna vote yes. I'm not sure I like it, but I'm gonna vote yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Tanner,
Yes.
Squire Wisman,
No.
Judge Mueller.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Findings of fact number 13, the subject property is bound by industrial zone to the east, west, and north within Franklin County.
So
Second.
Discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian,
I'm a yes because it is bounded to the east, west, and north, and all of that is in Franklin County.
Squire Blackburn,
We have the map right here. It's in our stuff here. North, south, east, west, east. R. There's 4 rural residentials due east. So if you said west, north, northeast, I'd be okay with it. Because you got south, southeast, east, that it's not. It's 50-50. So I vote no.
Squire Dykus,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Tanner,
Yes.
Squire Wisman,
again, looking at the map, the western portion of the property is bounded by a road, not zoned land. And the motion as it reads does not state or dictate directly adjoining because we have lots of zoning all around other agricultural and so forth, so no.
Judge Mueller.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Finding of fact number 14, the subject property is adjacent, contiguous to an established industrial park in Franklin County.
Yes, I make the motion, Judge.
Thank you, Squire.
I'll second.
Discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Dykus.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Tanner.
Yes.
Squire Listener.
Yes.
Judge Mueller.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Finding of fact number 15, the zone map amendment application to change to industrial general IG is in agreement with the comprehensive plan, future plan use map.
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion. Please call roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Based on the information in our packet from our planning director, based on looking at the future plan use map, I'm a yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Seeing that the future land use map says employment center and the intent of the comprehensive plan and the fact that industrial general allows heavy industrial manufacturing, wholesaling, I'm a no.
Squire Dykus.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Tanner.
Yes.
Squire Listener.
No.
Judge Mueller.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Finding of fact number 16, the existing zoning classification given to the property is inappropriate and the purpose zoning classification is appropriate.
I make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Based on the information in regard to the employment center and the future land use map, I'll vote yes.
Squire Blackburn.
I just want to make a little statement. You know, primary approach in looking at this is through the lens of the comprehensive plan to determine if it's compliant or not. The comp plan has 7 goals, 32 policies. I've memorized them. I memorized them 3 years ago. The future land use map is one of those guiding principles. It's a supportive resource that adds to the comp plan. It doesn't govern or direct or drive the plan. The 7 policies and 32, 7 goals and 32 policies do. You know, I've dissected it with a knife. I've read through this countless times. This is actually my 4th copy because my last 3 are illegible from the writing that I've done on them. But out of these 7 goals and 32 policies, it's 9 out of the 32 policies are directly supported by this. So those 9, absolutely, they follow the comp plan. One of them is highly contested in my view. 22 out of 32 are directly contradictory. So to say that the existing zoning classification of the property is inappropriate, in my mind, is false, and I vote no.
Squire Dykus.
I totally agree with the zoning classification being inappropriate. I have to say no. I don't think it's inappropriate.
Yes.
Squire Tanner.
Yeah.
Squire Westman.
You know, the comprehensive plan is a vision of our citizens for our community, not businesses, not special interests of our citizens. And it's the legally binding document that holds us elected officials accountable to our citizens. And when we don't follow the entirety and the intent of the comprehensive plan, it is the legal basis for our citizens to force our hand. As Squire Blackburn has stated, we cannot cherry pick elements out of the comprehensive plan. We have to look at it as a whole. Relying solely on the future land use map as a determiner of zoning changes is not appropriate in consideration of the entirety of the comprehensive plan. And we are limited, of course, in considering what development potential will be on those parcels in the initial zoning request. So, to say that agricultural is not an appropriate zoning as is, when this farm has been identified and recognized federally, as well as on a state level, for significance as farmland of statewide significance and otherwise, undermines the review of the comprehensive plan, and so I'll vote no.
Judge Mueller?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Findings of fact number 17, the current zoning classification is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Please call roll.
Squire Sebastian?
This is the opposite of just what we just voted on, so I have to vote no.
Squire Blackburn?
22 out of the 32 policies say it is, and I vote yes.
Squire Likas?
Yes.
Squire Tracy?
No.
Squire Tanner?
No.
Squire Wisman?
Again, given that this property's function as an agricultural AG designation for 22 of the last 23 years that the comprehensive plan has been adopted or readopted, it would seem to say that it is in compliance with the comprehensive plan as it exists. So, yes.
Judge Mueller?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Findings of fact number 18, the subject property is within 1 mile of Interstate 64 interchange.
So,
I'll second.
Discussion? Please call roll.
Squire Sebastian?
Yes.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes.
Squire Likas?
Yes.
Squire Tracy?
Yes.
Squire Tanner?
Yes.
Squire Wisman?
I wish it would say an interstate exchange. It's not the, we have 3, but yes.
Judge Mueller?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Finding of fact number 19, the comprehensive plan denotes the protection of nature and the environment, including water, air, and land. The application would further disturb the sensitive area of Slickaway Branch.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian?
Hold on. Hang on just a second. I'll vote yes.
Squire Blackburn?
This is straight from the policies. Complete contradiction. I vote no.
Squire Likas?
Yes.
Squire Tracy?
No.
Squire Tanner?
No.
Squire Wisman?
Yes.
Judge Mueller?
No.
Motion fails.
Finding of facts number 20. The general development guidelines for industrial uses in the comprehensive plan state that new industrial development should be placed in areas where there is minimal impact on residential uses in the natural environment. The application will have an impact on adjoining properties and alter the subject property from residential farm to industrial.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Square Sebastian.
Okay. The first sentence, I agree with. The application will have an impact on adjoining properties and, so that means both these things have to be true, and alters the subject property from residential farm to industrial. So this is telling me somebody lived on the farm, residential. And as I heard, the house had been uninhabited for a while.
12 years.
What was it?
Like 12 years.
Okay, I'm gonna vote no because of that, the way that's written.
Square Blackburn.
Doesn't say anything about anybody living there. Residential farm to industrial.
Residential.
Farm. It's a well-written finding. I vote yes.
Square Dicus.
No.
Square Tracy.
No.
Square Tanner.
No.
Square Wissman.
Yes.
Judge Mueller.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Finding of fact number 21, there has been no change of subject property at current that would inhibit the current use of the current agricultural zoning designation nor render soils infertile for farm purposes.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion?
I think I got a little carried away with current, but.
Tongue twisted.
Hang on, I gotta read it, because there's lots of, as
Yeah.
my fellow squire says, there's lots of currents in there. There's been no change to the subject property as current that would inhibit the current use of the current. There's been no change of property at current that would inhibit the current. I figure I can parse words. There's been no change of subject property at current, no change. That would inhibit the current use of the current. I'll vote yes. Lots of currents and that just, I'll vote yes.
Emphasis.
Square Blackburn.
I'll currently vote yes.
Square Dicus.
Yes.
Square Tracy.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I have a problem with the soils being infertile for farm purposes. If you're talking about cropland, are you talking about a slaughterhouse? It's different. So if you're gonna plant crops on it, it's been disturbed quite a bit. I don't know whether it would actually support soybeans and corn or not. It probably would support many other agricultural purposes, but not necessarily that kind of farming, so I vote no.
Square Wissman.
Yes.
Judge Mueller.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Finding of fact number 22. It's getting longer and longer, so bear with me here. The zoning change recommendation failed to consider the subject property's historical and cultural designations, with the planning director stating that the goal was not considered because Franklin County does not track historical properties, Franklin County does not regulate historical properties, and that further, it has not been at all the will of the fiscal court, which are in contrast with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Square Sebastian.
I've also heard the planning director state that every zone change request does not or will not meet every goal and policy within the comprehensive plan, whether there's 50, whether there's 10. So I'm a no.
Square Blackburn.
Stating that they're not fitting is a lot different than even being considered. That bothers me a lot. I'm a yes.
Squire Dykus,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
No.
Squire Tanner,
No, because I don't know what the will of the fiscal court has been.
Squire Wisman,
Again, the comprehensive plan dictates what we should consider. It consistently speaks to heritage and history and other elements. That our planning director did not consider those elements, those federal designations and otherwise, in making the decision and the recommendation to approve a zone change when this farm is a federally recognized historic asset to our community, is not in compliance with the comprehensive plan's intent. This should have been a consideration, and I'm frankly appalled that we don't have any considerations in current zoning efforts to take those things into consideration when they are housed 2 blocks from here. They should be part of the consideration as defined by our comprehensive plan and part of the consideration that we are obligated to look at as part of this and other zone changes. So, yes.
Judge Mueller,
Yes.
motion passes.
23. The employment center designation per definition designates office employment and light industrial uses to be developed that provide a diverse economic base while blending in with neighboring residential and commercial areas. Employment centers are areas that encompass primarily office, warehousing, and light manufacturing areas in campus-style development. Industrial general zoning designation is not an appropriate designation for employment center zoning, as it allows land uses such as heavy manufacturing, wholesaling, and large-scale warehousing that are not compatible with employment centers and do not meet with the intent of the comprehensive plan.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian,
No.
Squire Blackburn,
This finding is a statement. Yes.
Squire Dykus,
No.
Squire Tracy,
No.
Squire Tanner,
No.
Squire Wisman,
Again, this, since I made this finding, the majority of this comes directly from our comprehensive plan, verbatim. The insistence that an entertainment center is the same thing as an industrial area are not compatible per the definitions from our comprehensive plan. They are separate entities. There is a process to consider perhaps those changes for a piece of property that is better used for that purpose, but we have not made so far the argument or the insistence that that is the case. So, yes.
Judge Mueller,
No.
motion fails.
Finding of fact number 24. Goal 5 of the comprehensive plan promotes the protection of the scenic view sheds and heritage tourism. The Franklin County Tourism Commission promotes Duncan Road as a scenic access road to local, cultural, and economic drivers.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Dykus.
Yes.
Squire.
He meant. You don't get my state.
No.
Squire Dykus,
Yes.
Did you
Squire
call Scott
Tracy.
Blackburn? Make sure, did you call
You
Scott
gotta
Blackburn?
Just make sure.
Just make sure.
Say his name.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Tanner,
Yes.
Squire Wisman,
Yes.
Judge Mueller,
Yes.
motion passes.
Finding of fact number 25. There is adequate water and sewer to support a zone change to industrial general.
So moved. Second.
Discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Dykus,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Tanner,
Yes.
Squire Wisman,
I have to be a point of contention. We don't know what the final end use of this property is going to be. We're only asking for a zone change request. We don't know if it's going to be a high intensive use of water and sewer like a distillery or low use like warehousing with a few bathrooms. Because we don't know that and we're not able to consider those elements in our zone change, I'm voting no.
Judge Mueller?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Fact number 26. The updated traffic impact study dated February 23, 2023 concludes that future traffic conditions will remain in acceptable limits and no road improvements are needed.
So
Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion? Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian?
Well, I think those were the exact words in the statement, so yes.
Squire Blackburn?
Well, the traffic study was predicated on warehouse development. And it was also stated that no schools were in the area. That's incorrect. There's one on 400 Democratic Drive. I vote no.
Squire Dykes?
I mean, it does conclude that. I'm not sure it's right, but it does conclude that, so yes.
Squire Tracy?
yes.
Squire Tanner?
Yes.
Squire Westman?
Again, this is what we were given to consider. It is the statement of that, but as we've heard in testimony and throughout our hearing, there are other potential impacts, and again, we don't know what the final use of the property will be. Without that being formally approved, a development plan, how are we to know if there's going to be a traffic impact? I know this was a finding of fact of our staff and the finding of fact from the plan dated February 23rd, but I disagree, so no.
Judge Mueller?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Do I have a motion to cease establishing the findings of facts?
So moved.
A second.
Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian?
Yes.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes.
Squire Dykes?
Yes.
Squire Tracy?
Yes.
Squire Tanner?
Yes.
Squire Westman?
Yes.
Judge Mueller?
Yes. Okay, so at this time, we are going to take a short recess because we have to put all these into our paperwork to go in the voting session, so it shouldn't take too long. So we'll take a 10-minute recess. work session. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Alrighty, so now we're gonna go into the voting session. Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Here.
Squire Blackburn,
Present.
Squire Backus,
Here.
Squire Tracy,
Here.
Squire Tanner,
Here.
Squire Listeman,
Present.
Judge Mueller,
Present. Authorization to approve the amended minutes from our regular meeting on March 14, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to receive 2023-2024 proposed jail budget.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to accept Franklin County Conservation District budget for 2023-2024 annual budget, 2023-2024 annual plan of work and dead animal program.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Authorization to receive Capital Community Economic Industrial Development Authority, DBA Kentucky Capital Development Corporation budget for fiscal court 2023-2024.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Second reading and approval of amendment number 1 to ordinance number 5-2022 related to budget for fiscal year 2022-2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve budget transfers for fiscal year 2022-2023.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Item number 8 has been tabled. 9, authorization to receive for treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. Motion passes. Payment of claims. Is there a motion to deny payment of any claim? Seeing no motion, let the record reflect claims are to be paid. Authorization to rehire Kat Versa-Thenkel as part-time and seasonal golf employee.
What was the last one?
You'll have to get that from the, you can go back and watch that, because I'm feeling pretty good about it right now, so I'm gonna let it lie.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve resolution authorizing Franklin County to enter a 3-year contract with Recollect System, Inc. for a web-based application focusing on solid waste management information for resident use.
Move to approve. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. 2. This is the second reading approval of an ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 85.388 acre portion of property identified as a portion of tract number 1, 84.058 acres plus or minus a portion of PVA map number 087-00-00-031.00 and a portion of tract number 2, 1.331 acres plus or minus a portion of PVA map number 087-00-00-031.01 located at 690 Duncan Road from Agriculture District AG to Industrial General District IG based on findings of facts A through O in section 1 of the ordinance. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the ordinance based on the findings of fact. A through O. Second.
Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian,
So first, I want to acknowledge and share gratitude with those across our community who've taken a keen interest in this zoning process. This body understands that it's the voice of our citizens who must be heard. And for that reason, this body held a full evidentiary hearing where we could have accepted and did accept when we could have accepted what the Planning Commission had shared with us for the record. Franklin County spoke. They turned out and spoke. Numerous letters, we had reports, we had studies, a number of things were entered into evidence. And the comments that we've gotten on this matter have not fallen on deaf ears. Frankly, there's been a whole lot to digest, and I think Squire Blackburn held it up. You know, we read a lot of material. We made notes on a lot of things, got flags and notes. I appreciate the time that this body has given us to do its due diligence. And the willingness of the people who've taken time to research as well as voice their opinion shows their passion for Franklin County, for its future and how it could and should be shaped. It's an exciting time in Franklin County, with county and city master plans in the process and an in-depth update of the comprehensive plan and zoning codes that are underway. So I am imploring our citizens to let that dedication and that passion that we've heard in this continue by providing input into the comprehensive plan process. Take every opportunity to attend a meeting. Please submit a comment. Please make your voice heard. Because if anything, the sheer volume of comments on this matter alone before us right now shows how clearly input is needed in the process so that we have a guide to future development, orderly growth, and a protection for land usage and its highest value. Now, thoughtful and effective planning enables a community to grow responsibly and provide necessary balance between new development, which is what we discussed tonight, infill, which we didn't talk about tonight, community preservation, which we touched on tonight quite often, essential services, and economic growth. There's plenty to discuss, and having a full roll-up-your-sleeves diligent update of the comprehensive plan should serve us better than the perfunctory updates that have been allowed over the past 22, and I will say it again, 22 years, given that the last true comprehensive plan rewrite was in 2001. So I asked our Councilor Conley earlier to give us marching orders, specifically what are we to look at tonight to make this vote. I wrote it down. We're looking at KRS 100-213, and it calls for us to find that the map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan, or it's not. It is or it isn't. It's one or the other. To be clear, both sides who have spoken on this issue have made compelling statements, and we've seen raw emotion. And please know that that has been taken to heart by everybody here. But what before us tonight is a very narrow, limited, and I would say restrictive direct language in that KRS. And as we found in evidence and in multiple findings of fact, from the initial ones in the staff report to the ones offered by this court tonight, the map amendment sought in the future land use category is where an employment center exists and renders this request to be in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan. I don't know how we got here, and hopefully through this comprehensive plan and zoning update codes that we're doing, this process will allow our community to come together and focus on issues just like the one we're talking about, making them and our community's future less uncertain for lengthy hearings like this. The future land use map does show this as an employment center within the adopted comprehensive plan, meeting the condition within KRS 100-213, that the map amendments must be in agreement with the comp plan, and that's the way I understand what the counselor said tonight and his instructions. So with that very narrow, limited, restricted focus, it compels me tonight to approve the zone map amendment because of the statutory language and vote yes.
Squire Blackburn.
As Squire Sebastian eloquently stated, we have been in dire need of an update of our comp plan and our zoning ordinance rewrite. And that's what we're undertaking now. It's a lengthy process, and it does involve all of our citizens to speak on the front end. and not be upset on the back end if they didn't speak on the front end. I've reached out to everyone I know to be a part of this. I've reached out to folks that I don't know, but understood that they needed to be a part of it and have a word in it. As Squire Sebastian pointed out, the comp plan is the driving document. It's 7 goals and 32 policies. We're designed by our community. We're designed by our constituents. We're designed by residents, by people that lived here. The comp plan, land use map, future land use map, the input that the public had on that was in a public hearing statement, and then it was adopted. And that's how it went, and that's fine. But that's not how it's going to be moving forward. The community is going to have input, and we'll be heard, and we'll vote on that document. Tonight, after all the evidence, and I have reams of it at home, I've made site visits. I've been there when it's raining. I've been there when it's dry. All the documentation, the recommendations from staff, the applicant's argument and application. I've seen that. I've talked to the constituents. I've seen their evidence that they have, and we all had to consider that. And out of those 7 goals and 32 policies, 9 supported this zone application amendment. 22 did not. I don't know if many people write pros and cons on sheets and weigh them out. It doesn't work every time, but in this case, it was overwhelming, and I vote no.
At first, I want to say how much I appreciate all of you. This has been so difficult for me as a new magistrate and as someone that grew up in the country and, hung out on my grandfather's farm, and still hang out on my mother's farm. It's really important to me. And the thing that keeps coming up for me, really, is that if I vote no, I have no way of helping to protect you or your land. And we have one question to answer here. I don't feel like I have any choice except to vote yes. But please know that it is not easy for me. And I really have thought about you all so much. And I wish you well, I really do.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Tanner,
I want 2 minutes to explain my vote, please. I know the people here, some in my district, very passionate about this issue, and there's gonna be many other issues. And we do thank you for coming, as Squire Sebastian did, and putting out what you think has to be presented, and we have to understand. But there's gonna be many other questions come before us, and because I am gonna vote yes, obviously I made the motion, but there's gonna be other issues coming, and this vote does not decide how I'm gonna vote on the next issue. They stand alone, and I would expect everybody to be here again when they come up. Thank you.
Squire Westman,
As I stated earlier, the comprehensive plan is our guiding document for land use policy in this community. It is decided by our people. We are here as elected citizens to protect our people from outside influences, negative influences, corporations, otherwise, that might wish to run over the everyday citizen in preference of whatever gain they want. The comprehensive plan also helps make sure our citizens hold us accountable when we make decisions, that we don't just cherry pick language that we want to enable one decision over another. I think the process of this case, unfortunately, has exposed very rawly the inefficiencies in our current planning and zoning regulations and our comprehensive plan. But how do we ask our citizens to get involved when they come and plead and ask and say, you have 32 policies and only 9 of them are supported in this case, and you still vote, it's already determined, we have 4 to 2 undecided. How do we expect them to get involved and expect that their local elected officials are going to hold everyone accountable? I mean, the only recourse otherwise is for our citizens to sue us, to enforce our policies and regulations. We all know some of my preferences and things, but we have to start thinking broader and more broadly about the impacts of our everyday decisions. Every decision I make is thinking not just about this project, the precedent this sets for other projects down the future, the impact that it's going to have on every single citizen in our community, not just about, well, this is a great opportunity for growth and jobs. How is it going to impact every other element of the development of our community? Again, 7 goals, 32 policies, as Squire Blackburn continues to say, and 22 of those are not supported. Unfortunately, most of the findings of fact that I mentioned tonight came directly from this body previously that were supported and are not now. Because of all of those items, I think there's no alternative but to vote no to approve this zone change request, given that our own staff have admitted that they did not take into consideration many of the elements dictated by our comprehensive plan. It's not allowable for anyone not to consider those things. Those are musts. That is our contract with our community. Hopefully we'll be able to correct some of those. I'm eager and excited for the public, you all listening today, wherever you may be. I'm hopeful we're going to start finally correcting some of these deficiencies and the sheer will of certain elected officials that have been able to influence unduly on decisions in the past in this community. I think those days are gone, and I'm excited that hopefully we have a new day to make sure that we don't have a debacle like this ever again in this community. So with that, I vote no.
Judge Mueller.
I wasn't gonna speak, but I feel like I should say something, and Squire Wisman has used a word that kind of came to my mind, debacle. I think this has been going on for years, and this has been a mess. I think everybody listening and watching can say the same thing. You know, we can't control what happened from the get-go, but I will say that this court is here to improve our planning and zoning. It's here to improve our ordinances. It's here to make sure these things don't come in front of us again. I mean, nobody wants to go through this, and it doesn't matter what side you're on. You know, my intent is that we can work it out and try to get things remedied and everybody live peacefully ever after, but I know that's not going to be exactly the case. But I just appreciate this court's willingness to dig in, do your homework, read your papers. I mean, it's great, you know. So I'm going to vote yes. All right, authorization to adjourn.
Judge, I have other business.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to require the Planning and Zoning Commission, the Franklin County Planning and Zoning Commission, to review whenever this Duncan Road project comes to them with a development plan, to consider a 500-foot buffer setback along Duncan Road and any adjoining properties, residential properties, as well as a 50% additional retention requirement for runoff and affluence draining from or across this property. With additional considerations for a buffer of native vegetation to be planted between the residential areas adjoining this property and the future industrial use of this. We can direct, my understanding, we can direct the Planning Commission to take up that consideration. We necessarily cannot dictate that it is a subject of condition to approve the zoning change, but we can make a recommendation to the Planning Commission to make those considerations and judge appropriately what they feel is necessary or needed in the future development plan that is yet to be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Can I speak to that? Motion. Is that a motion?
No, I'll second.
That's not a condition on it. It's already passed, yeah. Right. Mm-hmm.
So seeing a motion's been presented, is there a second?
Second. Like you said, it's, we can make it a suggestion, but they don't have to follow it.
Please call the roll.
Discussion. I think there's discussion.
That's all right. I'm not against this motion. The problem that I have with this motion is it specifically said 500 feet. They may need to be 1,500 feet. I don't know about that. So, but when you start putting things in concrete, it's gonna be 500 feet. It can't be 400, it can't be 600. I think that, in my opinion, that's what this motion says. It specifically said 400 feet, or what did you say, 500 feet? That's the motion?
I also said for the Planning and Zoning Commission to consider what is appropriate. That is a recommendation of 500 feet.
I think that I have no problem being for a buffer, a nice buffer. It needs to be not like it is now. It needs to be restored somewhat from what it was earlier. Now, I'm not saying you can never get it that way. It takes a long time to grow a tree 60 feet tall, I'll tell you that. I'll never see it. But anyway, I don't know that we need to be specific right now with that. Maybe we should have involved with a landscaping group or somebody that can tell us how much buffer we need, what, you talking about native plants. I had to pay $2,500 an acre for seed to sow native grass on a strip of land in my farm, because native grass comes from Oregon mostly around here. So I don't know that does that mean it's grass, or does that mean it's trees? Does that mean it's shrubs? What does it mean? So in order to get that, I'm not actually not against the motion, because I personally think it needs to be done. I'm just not sure that we need to say it needs to be this way right now, even though I know Planning Commission probably can have quite a bit of leeway, then maybe shouldn't do anything except for them to do it. But I don't know if I could actually support the motion, mainly because I'm not sure it's adequate, not because I'm against it.
Would you be open to amending your motion because I, as Squire Tanner said, I'm absolutely for the buffer.
Someone can amend my motion if you'd like to. Those were just recommendations sort of that I picked that I thought were applicable.
We definitely need protections. We need to be doing this. We all agree on that. I don't, I think being that specific might be a problem. I think that's the worry.
Again, the 500-foot setback and a 50% additional retention are just elements that I picked. I have said that I would like the Planning Commission to take those specific numbers into consideration, but use their judgment and all other aspects of the future development plan to be part of the consideration in their final decision.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know how to fix it exactly, but I'm for it. I am for setbacks. I am for buffers. I'm for retention basins that exceed the minimum amount, which is, especially in this case. And I think we've all heard that testimony that it was going from Robert and others anyway. But I don't know exactly how to get to where you want to go. Maybe we need to bring somebody in here that knows how to define that. But now I'm not necessarily trying to kill your motion.
I think we have ordinances in place now, and I see, it's the will of the court, to want to input and do this. Legally, we got to be careful. There's been a motion. Regardless, at this point, I guess we'd have to amend the motion. I'm gonna let Squire Blackburn talk for a minute. I'm just thinking.
You think a little bit while I I don't want to assume anything, but the recommendation from the Planning Commission was to deny this zone change request. So I find some safety in the fact that I believe they will be careful about how they view the development plan. Because basically this court, through the vote tonight, has overridden their recommendation. So I think they would be willing to put the necessary steps in place to make sure that it was not an undue burden on the developer, and that it provided guarantees to the watersheds and to the buffering of the residents.
So again, I think legally, this court cannot tell anybody.
Right.
But if it's a will of the court to just want to suggest or have an opinion, that's our.
My understanding, of course, we've now granted a zoning change effectively. We'll never see the development plan for this project ever again. Very likely, it'll go through, be developed, and we have no further say unless we change some of our policies about regulating development in this community. We can direct the Planning and Zoning Commission as one of our independent bodies to take up a consideration specifically regarding the future development of this property, stating our concerns and recommendations. The final decisions will be theirs to impart on the development plan, which will be better informed when they see it to make those recommendations, given whatever the property owner decides to do with the property. Perhaps Mr. Conley can correct me if I'm any way incorrect, but.
I think you're incorrect, and here's why I think you're incorrect.
Okay.
Currently, the Franklin County Subdivision and Development Plan Regulation 7.09.00 Development Plan Review. If you look at subsection 5 of that, Development Plan Review is to be done by not the Planning and Zoning Commission, but the Planning and Zoning Director. So he is the one that makes those, and any decisions that he makes that may be subject to a challenge can then be appealed to, I think it's zoning regulation, but I just hit my, so it's not the planning commission, it's actually the planning director who reviews those.
Should my motion then be to direct the planning director to take into that consideration?
So I think.
Would it be appropriate to, change them, remove the word 500 feet and put down adequate buffer approved by the planning commissioner and presented to this court? Can you do that?
It's not the commission.
Can you do that?
It's the planning commission.
Pardon?
Planning director.
Planning director, I'm sorry, I didn't use the wrong word.
Can I ask Mr. Hewitt a question?
Let's not, I'm not going there. Move. Been there, done that, buddy.
Can we do this
Nope.
maybe not at 2:00 at night when we're all exhausted and we can think about it a little more?
Because I feel like, I don't want to impose anything on anybody. I feel like the planning commission has asked that development plans come back in front of them. I know they have. I've been at the meetings. So I know protocol is normally for Mr. Hewitt to approve development plans, and he's totally capable of it. But also, I believe when there's concerns within the commission, they ask that the development plans be brought back to them for approval. Am I incorrect?
Don't ask him to ask our council, please.
I'm reading you what the regulations for the Franklin County.
Yeah, that's not an answer. I'm just, okay.
I'm reading the ordinances that are currently in place in Franklin County that states that the planning director is the one who reviews.
And he is, that's correct.
Would it be improper? I know that sometimes people don't trust everybody, but to decide what we actually can do and do it next week, next meeting?
I don't know if we legally can do anything. I mean, let's put it this way.
You can pass an ordinance
We
requiring
have 7
buffers.
members of the court saying the same thing. Our
That's
planning
true.
director
Everybody
is
is.
in the room. You know, everybody in this community is watching this. I mean, I would hope that our staff understands the views of this court, but I don't think we can legally put anything on paper. That's just, Mr. County Attorney, that's wrong.
I'm reading you the regulations as they're currently set.
Yeah. And there can't be arbitrary stipulations on this one and not this one, and I mean, it's gotta be the same, or.
I agree with that too.
We've all expressed great concern about the runoff of this property. At a minimum, I'll rescind my motion for now. I would like our county attorney to bring this back options, and our planning director to bring us some options. I had this discussion with him earlier. I think there are some options that can be remedied quick, to look at slickaway branch particularly, and additional runoff retention requirements. I would hope that my initial motion would at least encourage those conversations and the Planning and Zoning Commission to look at that as part of their review of the development plan of this project, or our planning director.
I mean, I can look into some options. Absolutely.
So with no motion.
I think you rescinded it.
He did, he rescinded it.
I ain't trying to kill it now. I really didn't. I really have not.
Again, thank you to everybody, and do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
I actually got a.
Second, third, fourth, 10.